But yes, we're going to try to draw a track. We've had a little bit of technical issues when it comes to our track drawing earlier. Look at that, Ryan, such a genius when it comes to our graphics. So this could be moving over Marietta at 5:13 p.m. Right now it's 4:59 p.m. So by 5:13 Marietta, and then it could move into Pickettville by 5:25 p.m. Tiger Academy by 5:29 p.m. as well. So I'm going to step back. You can see the general direction that it is moving. This is downtown Jacksonville, so this will likely stay off to the west of you all, but head on to the north side. So moving over the west side up to the north side, right now right over White House. Let's zoom in, Ryan, if you wouldn't mind, really close. I want to see if we can get some names of some streets to pop up where the worst of the weather is occurring now, and then we'll pan north and see where it could head next. But let's get a close look at these neighborhoods. Crystal Springs Road right over you. That's New World Avenue and 23, that intersection right there. That's where that heavy rain and potential for hail plus the spin here too over Caleb, and that's going to continue to move north. So that looks like Carter Landing Boulevard. Then let's pan north. There's I-10 right there. So that's going to cross over I-10 shortly. There's White House, the main center of White House. So that is Crystal Springs Road. This continues to move north. It looks like Old Plank Road. Yep, this is Old Plank Road towards Camden, and that will then continue to move north. There's Langmar that was also pointed out when we put that track on it, and continuing to the northeast where this will be moving next. It looks like Pritchard Road, Pickettville. There's Pickettville, and again, this will continue to move off to the northeast. So Ryan's doing a great job of tracking this, but everyone who's in that area that I just pointed out, you need to be in your safe spot because of this severe thunderstorm that might have a tornado associated with it moving in your direction. So we're now taking another live look. Look how nasty it looks to drive outside. So this is I-10 east of Chaffee Road. It's a mess out there, all within this area, all within this cell. The heavy rain and the possibility of hail also associated with these storms. Now, let's do a big picture, Ryan, because we are breaking into coverage both on NBC and ABC. And so we're covering the entire First Coast. And unfortunately, not all of us are out of the woods yet, even though if you're outside, if you're taking a look outside, it doesn't look like that. But what if it looks like sunshine out there? That's not a good thing because that means it is making your atmosphere a bit more unstable. We've been watching these storms here that all have the potential of becoming severe. All of these individual cells that pop up, they can become severe thunderstorms. They can also produce tornadoes, which is why we are on air right now for the Duval County west side moving to the north side, warning there for the possibility of a tornado. We have some steadier rain and some lightning moving over Brunswick. There's a severe thunderstorm warning over Folkston. Look at all of that lightning that just moved over your area. And this also moved up towards Waycross. Ryan Jones, do you have something to say, meteorologist Ryan Jones?
Yes, we just looking at that cell over Folkston, like you were mentioning, a lot of lightning within that. Now we're seeing some more lightning start to strengthen within the tornadic cell that we were talking about. The tornado warning that goes just until 5:30, I'm pretty sure. Is that correctly? Yes. So it goes until 5:30, and we're seeing some more lightning start to move within that cell. And when we are looking at these cells, if we see that there's an increase in lightning, that means that that storm is strengthening. And so maybe as it's moving towards the east, and again northeast, that it's moving at 20 miles per hour, so that puts us going towards Jacksonville at that point. Well, maybe it's getting into some untapped atmosphere, and it's being able to be fueled by some moisture that we've got going on. And we just had another tornado warning pop up, or it just got canceled. Lee, did you see that over in the National Weather Service chat? There were two polygons. I'm pretty sure everyone saw the two red polygons, but for right now, the tornado warning that is in effect right now is this cell right here. And I'm going to just track that. Yes, that's
Duval County. Yes, okay. Great idea to track that because it's moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. This potential tornado, the possibility of a tornado, was right near Cecil Field, 11 miles northwest of Orange Park. So this will continue to move off to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. So remember that this could produce damage within your area. You need to get into your interior room, your safe spot, if you are in this area. We have seen some reports of a possible tornado touching down near Cecil Field. So that's something we're going to keep a close eye on as well. But that's why we have to take it seriously. We have seen videos of funnels, possible tornadoes, and we just got a report through the National Weather Service of a video of a tornado touching down in that area.
Okay, in that area, yes, I'm looking at the National Weather Service chat right now.
Yes, so anyway, but this is what we're tracking. So you can see here, this cell moving towards White House right now. It's on your back doorstep. White House, you have to be in your safe spot right now. Camden at 5:17 and Langmar at 5:22 p.m. It could be towards Sherwood Forest by 5:37 p.m.
Do you want to look at that velocity also, Lee?
Great idea. Great idea. Yeah, let's get another look at where we're seeing rotation, and we'll zoom in and get directly over it. There it is. All right, yes. Yep, so Ryan is zooming in right now to show you. Here's the rotation. Is that Normandy Boulevard right there?
Yes.
Oh man, okay, so it's right over Normandy Boulevard. And that's where the rotation is, and it's going to continue to move to the northeast, about to move over I-10. Some populated areas here, not a good news. So again, please, if you know anyone within this area, I know a lot of you are trying to watch the Pro Bowl right now or the Olympic trials, but please, if you know someone in this area, call them, give them a heads up, make sure they are aware and they are in their safe spot, because this is a life-threatening situation when we have this possible spin, and this can bring trees down onto houses and create very dangerous situations on the roads as well. So this again is a tornado warning that is in effect for Duval County until 5:30 p.m. Just moved over Normandy Boulevard, heading towards I-10, moving off to the northeast. Not only is it rotating here like we're seeing this area, and by the way, a radar scan is usually a little bit behind. So right now, likely the rotation moving right over I-10 right now. We'll get a new scan soon, but it's always going to be a little bit behind as it scans. So this is still moving. Of course, it's not a stagnant storm. So right now that your rotation is probably moving right over I-10. And besides the possibility of a tornado here, we have the possibility of hail and a straight line winds. So you know the deal, you know to get inside and get into that interior room, the lowest level. Ryan, we have been getting storm reports all day. Let's do a big picture of the storm reports and see all across the First Coast who has dealt with what. A lot of hail, by the way, associated. And so let's zoom in right there. That is where we had the report of a possible tornado. And Ryan does have the ability, there we go, to click on it. So Maxville in Duval County. Video of tornado touching down near Cecil Field from the public, and EM reports damage to homes in the area. Video is taken near Argyle Forest Boulevard and Florida 23 looking west. That was at 4:12 p.m. So that was earlier. That was that original first tornado warning that moved over that area. So again, these storms do have the possibility of dropping tornadoes. That is why we are on your air right now, taking over coverage to show you that these are severe, potentially tornadic storms moving across the First Coast. You can see the live look right now over downtown Jacksonville. Yes, you see the clouds there, but I can also tell that the sun is shining on parts of the city. And again, that's what we don't want to see. A lot of you likely step outside and say, "No, I'm fine. I see the sunshine out my window." If a storm moves over your house, now your atmosphere is primed and ready with energy for that storm from the sun to become severe, to potentially spin. On days like today, where we have the potential for severe storms, usually the worst thing we can see is sunshine when it comes to that, because it's just providing fuel for these storms. Here's a look at more reports. All of this here, these are hail reports. So a lot of our area has seen reports of hail across that. That even looks like it goes up towards the Jacks Beach or Atlantic Beach area, closer to the beaches right there too. So a good number of hail reports from these storms that have moved through, and unfortunately a report of a tornado as well. All right, let's get back to the tornado warning. Let's get a look at where that velocity is right now. Again, likely moving over I-10 right now, towards the same area that has already seen these severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning. White House has been in that tornado warning a couple of times already, or an earlier time as well. There's the rotation. So you can see it's really creeping up onto I-10 now. And again, it's continuing to move to the northeast. We'll be moving onto the north side, northwest side of Jacksonville. So Duval County, you are still under this tornado warning until 5:30 p.m. Ryan, do we have any new information from the National Weather Service?
I'm looking right now. It seems that they were just talking about that tornado touching down over just around 4 o'clock. So this was earlier. This is not at the moment, but we are still watching that cell that does have the potential, and it does have some rotation, as Lee was just pointing out. We see where the red and the green are starting to meet. That means our winds are converging, and when that happens, that's how we know we're getting rotation. So this is only radar indicated that we're seeing the rotation, but a big thing that Lee mentioned, which it was great that you mentioned that, the radar scans are behind. So when she is telling you and we're telling you to make sure you're in your safe place now, even if you aren't right where we see the rotation happening, these radar scans are behind, and that means that it could be closer to you than you think. So just make sure you're taking those extra steps, being very precautionary, making sure you're at the lowest level interior in your place of choosing, because this is definitely a storm that we want to take seriously, and we're getting these severe storm reports right at this moment.
Absolutely, Ryan. And you know what I'm thinking too? We have these severe thunderstorm warnings also popping off over places like Georgia and places like Glenn County. So maybe we get a big picture here, a look of all the warnings, not only the tornado warnings, but also the severe thunderstorm warnings across the entire First Coast. And by the way, that little cell that you just saw to the south of where we have the tornado warning, we don't like to see that either. So again, I just need everyone to continue to stay with us and stay weather aware throughout the evening this evening. The severe thunderstorm warnings kind of blending in because they're yellow and they're blending in with the rain that shows up on radar. But these are all severe thunderstorm warnings for hail 3/4 of an inch and for the possibility of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we're also keeping an eye for those of you in Georgia for these severe storms. Look, this looks like a Boeing segment here. So usually when we see stuff like this, it just means the strong winds associated with that. And I don't like to see little notches. That might show some signs of rotation too. So that's something we're going to keep a close eye on. Brunswick, you have that heavy rain moving over you and the flashes of lightning at times too. Then down towards Fernandina, Nassau County, you're mostly dry right now. A few little showers will continue to move south all the way back down to that tornado warning that we're on air for again in Duval County. And then to the south, you see like that cell right there. All of these little individual cells have the potential to spin. So this still hasn't even made it yet over towards the beaches. We'll keep an eye on this cell as it moves perhaps say up into Nassau County, Yulee, Fernandina. We'll have to keep an eye on those there. Plus a few more to the west of this. Now Lake City, you just got through that line. These will continue to move off to the northeast as well. Big picture that Ryan has showed us a couple of times. This whole band, these are bands. They almost look like tropical storm bands, how they kind of spin. And so that's the direction that we have to watch out for all of these bands as they continue to move through portions of the First Coast. You can see, yeah, look at that. Don't they look like bands from tropical storms? So that's what we have to watch, the potential within these bands for spin-up tornadoes as well as damaging straight line winds up to 60 miles an hour and hail. Right now, these severe thunderstorm warnings over here, that's for hail up to 3/4 of an inch, but we've had larger hail reported. So right now it's about nickel size hail, but we've seen golf ball size hail, the possibility of golf ball size hail also reported. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning because that is the life-threatening situation that we're on air for right now. Again, this is Duval County until 5:30. It's on the west side. So those of you in downtown Jacksonville here, notice that it's to your west. Those of you in Riverside, Avondale, it's off to your west. Looks like this is weakening maybe a little bit, maybe falling apart some. So that's some good news. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, though, this core here, that's where we would have any hail. It just moved over I-10, now moving a bit towards the northwest side of Jacksonville there. Some lightning still flashing in it. When we have lightning, it's usually a sign of a stronger storm. So again, some signs here of a strong storm, which we don't like to see. We're going to continue to watch to see if this weakens. It looks like it's kind of falling apart a little bit. So that's some good news. We just need that trend to continue. Right now, still, if you are in this area, if you are in this the tornado warning, you need to be in your safe spot still. You have not been cleared. And this, again, goes for until 5:30 p.m. So, again, about 17 minutes from now until that tornado warning does clear. And then on top of that, we have the severe thunderstorm warning, which it will continue to move through as well. The severe thunderstorm warnings are issued for the wind and for the hail possibilities. So here's the big picture. Again, Ryan, let's put another track on this. It's been moving to the northeast of 20 to 25 miles an hour. And so I just want to give a heads up to the next neighborhoods that are in the path of this cell in case it falls apart and then decides to re-strengthen too. So this cell here, again, moving off to the northeast and moving into the northern side and northwestern side of Jacksonville. Now, the rest of you watching all across the First Coast, I know that a lot of you have dry skies right now, although likely cloudy. If you see some sunshine, we already talked about how that's not a good thing. But you can see here, this is a live look, by the way, of northwest Jacksonville. So we'll keep an eye on that live camera, absolutely, with the lower cloud bases there as well. So that's a live look from northwest Jacksonville. That's where this storm is moving and heading towards, again, with the possibility of a tornado, heavy rain, hail, and straight line winds. And these cells could continue to rotate into your area all across the First Coast through about 8 o'clock this evening. I'm going to leave, that's what I'm thinking right now. I think we would be done closer to 8 o'clock this evening.
And Lee, I just got an update from the National Weather Service. Just wanted to make you aware of this. So the tornado warning that is in effect, it remains in effect until 5:30 for Duval County. They just reissued this, mentioning the severe thunderstorms that are capable of producing a tornado at this point. So although there was some slight weakening, like you were mentioning, they're still very aware of this storm over at the National Weather Service and its ability to produce some damaging wind gusts and even some tornadoes. So they can still spin up and cause us to have a situation where we could see a tornado.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can kind of see how it's kind of trying to regain its strength there. Yeah, because this atmosphere, unfortunately, is primed. It's fueled for these storms to just strengthen them and fuel them up. So we still have this tornado warning going until 5:30 p.m. in Duval County. And was that a special weather statement that just came in, Ryan?
Yes, that was a special weather statement over towards
Camden, Glenn. Okay, so that's in Georgia, which we've been also keeping a close eye on those storms too. But this right here, this is the core of the storm. Ryan, can we pull up velocity again? Let's see if we can get a look at, if we can tell where it's spinning a bit within this storm. Again, this storm still moving into a primed atmosphere that's juiced and ready to go, ready to strengthen these storms. So that's unfortunate, and there we go. That's that area of rotation over there. So yes, it's still spinning, unfortunately. It still has the ability to drop a tornado, and we've already had a tornado report in Duval County earlier. So again, that was near Cecil. So again, we're still on air for the possibility of this next storm dropping a tornado too. That's that rotation. Looks like it's heading towards 295. Can we turn on the reflectivity again real quick, Ryan? Let's look at what's happening. Here's I-10, there's 295. So there's the intersection of the two interstates there. Yeah, so that heavy rain moving towards 295, that potential spin moving towards 295. And so now if you have friends and family traveling along 295, also something to let them know to get off the roads, to hunker down and wait for this storm to pass, because not only are we worried about a tornado, which is worse enough, hail, not fun to drive in, not safe to drive in. The strong damaging winds, also not smart to drive in, not safe to drive in. So this general cell could be in places like Spalding by 5:25 p.m. and Sherwood Forest for 5:32. Biscayne Village at 5:36 p.m. and Garden City at 5:39 p.m. There we go. You can see how that cell is going to hit here. So there's 295, and it continues up this way until it intersects over here with 95. And so all of this area along 295 is what we're going to watch for this cell to move along. So those along 295, that's where this cell will be moving next. Heavy rain, the possibility of some spin here, also hail and damaging winds of 60 miles an hour. If you live along the 295 corridor within northwest Jacksonville, please get in your safe space because of the possibility of damage to homes, trees, power lines. And again, a friendly reminder, not only are we on TV, but we're streaming across all of our services, our app on firstcoastnews.com, on YouTube, on Facebook. So if you lose power, you can then stream us on your phone or your tablet. Please keep those charged during this evening as well in case you do lose power, so you'll be ready to go, and make sure that you can keep an eye on this cell if it is heading in your direction. But there's a look at the cell. You can see it's kind of moving out of the tornado warning area right now and moving towards along the 295 corridor. Ryan, can we get a look at the hail again?
Yes.
We have this great hail tracking ability, and we've been seeing massive signs of hail. Look at that. So that's likely what it's just picked up on, where that cell just moved through. We likely had some hail right over I-10 within that area, and it's likely moving again towards 295. You can see the path that storm took by just following the hail path here. So it was tracking hail that was potential hail falling from that storm. Ooh, look at that. Right now that looks like scud, the low clouds, the base of the clouds lowering. Looks like some scud right now, but scary skies nevertheless. So let's see. Carolina, where are we looking at right now? Carolina is my amazing producer upstairs and speaking to me in my ear.
We're looking, I believe, towards like the downtown area.
Okay, so this is likely towards the downtown area. Look at those, the base of those clouds lowering there.
And Lee, I just wanted to make you aware, we still have just a little bit over 10 minutes before that tornado warning does expire over that cell that we were mentioning. But there's a new tornado warning over in Camden and Glen.
Oh, let's get to that.
At 5:45, it expires. So Lee's going to move over towards that cell.
Oh man. Okay.
Yes.
So we have 2 tornado warnings we're on the air for right now. Duval County and then another in Camden and Glen counties. So Camden and Glen, you go until 5:45 p.m. This is moving northwest at 35 miles an hour. So 2 tornado warnings in effect, one for Duval County. That goes until 5 o'clock. And
5:30.
then, excuse me, thank you, 5:30. And then another one that goes now until 5:45. That's moving northwest at 35 miles an hour. Ryan, let's get some velocity on that newest one just to get a look at this new tornado warning here for our friends in Georgia. Coastal Georgia, again, near Brunswick. So this is what is spinning right now. We'll go back to reflectivity over here. Take a look at the cell. Look at all of that lightning associated with that. And then maybe we could pull the warning polygon on top of the rain. And with the lightning, that shows a strong storm, heavy rain associated with that. And it does have the possibility of spinning as well. So this is again from Brunswick down towards the coastal Georgia, all of you here along coastal Georgia. So this doesn't include places like Kingsland down to St. Mary's, but it's right over the Brunswick area. That is a tornado warning for Brunswick, Georgia, and that goes until 5:45 p.m. So I don't like the look of that. Let's go back to that Duval County one, Ryan.
Let's look at that.
Okay, here's the cell. It's trying to move out of the warning area, but it's still rotating. So this is the cell right now. That's 295. And so this has the potential of rotating, also dropping some hail with it too. Let's pull up velocity. Let's see if we can see a bit of rotation within this cell here that's moving over towards 295. There's some rotation right there. Let's zoom in. Let's get over the streets. Let's see where it is directly over. Okay. It's a little hard to see now. I'm in a box, so Ryan, I would love your help reading these streets here.
Yes, over near Imison Road, over near Jones Road, and over Old Kings Road, Moncrief. It's coming towards Moncrief Road at this point. We can see some other ones. They are a little hard to see, especially with the radar, but we've got Old Pioneer Road as well. These are the areas that are being affected at this moment. If we were seeing any rotation, it would be over those areas.
Yeah, any possible tornado on the ground would be right over this road here. So I'm gonna step off the screen really quick so you can get a better look at that. So this is the street view of where we're seeing rotation with that cell. So Pritchard Road, off to where it connects to 295, this area here. That is where we are seeing the rotation associated with this. And again, this is a storm that we have seen spin up, weaken, and then spin back up multiple times. So we have to keep a close eye on this cell. Ryan, would you mind pulling back up just normal radar?
Yes.
I do not like that.
I agree with you, Lee. I don't like the way that looks.
Video. And we are looking to the west of downtown in this video. Okay.
We're looking from the south side toward downtown.
We are looking from the south side toward downtown. Got it. That makes sense too. Okay, so that is this cell that we are seeing. Let's just zoom back in on that. Okay, so here's that cell. Spalding, moving right over you, Spalding. And so those of you in the Spalding area, I would just get into your safe spot as well. This tornado warning still up until 5 o'clock, but you can see the bulk of the cell has moved out and we are still seeing signs of rotation in this. So Spalding, get in your safe spot. Just also watch out for the possibility of hail, damaging straight line winds of 60 miles an hour, and also the possibility, of course, of rotation associated with these cells. So this is some heavy rain. This is over towards Sherwood Forest, and then the core where we would see hail possible would be right into the Spalding area. All right, let's zoom back out because we have another tornado warning. So now we're hitting 2 different tornado warnings. Let's go back to Georgia and take a look at that tornado warning right now. So again, this is right over Brunswick. Those of you in Brunswick, you are under tornado warning. I need you to be in your safe spot because all of this rain here, we're seeing the possibility of rotation within that as well. Some lightning, heavy rain, straight line winds. Won't rule out some hail there either. And again, pockets of rotation over Brunswick. So those of you in Brunswick and the surrounding areas towards coastal Georgia, and those of you in Jacksonville, especially on the northwest side of Jacksonville, I just need you to get in your safe spot. Be careful, be staying weather aware. You're doing the right thing if you're watching this with us. Let's go back to Duval County, Ryan. Again, I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick, and I'm joined behind the scenes by meteorologist Ryan Jones, who's keeping a very close eye on our chat with the National Weather Service, as well as driving radar for me and being extremely helpful with that. So there is that cell. I'm going to step off the screen real quick. Looks like we have a severe thunderstorm warning now for that.
Yes, it's moved past our tornado warning polygon that will expire at 5:30. I'm really anxious to see if they're going to extend that tornado warning over and extend that polygon just moving towards the northeast, which is where that storm is moving at that time. Again, Spalding, you're under this cell right at this moment. So you're probably getting this heavy rain and even possibly seeing some rotation. Make sure you are in your safe spot, as Lee has mentioned, because radar scans, this is a big thing we've been emphasizing, especially over the last hour, how these radar scans are a couple minutes behind. And so because of that, you want to make sure you are ahead of what you see on our screens, and you are doing the right thing by staying with us and watching this storm as it's moving. We're looking live downtown. Again, I'm pretty sure that that's what the live shot is, and just watching that storm. We had a lowering of the clouds. We saw some very weird pictures going down on downtown because of that storm that we had. Looking over towards the radar though, here near Garden Street, I know Lee wanted to mention some of the roads that we saw, because so people are able to see, is this in our area, or is this even in someone that you know or someone that you love? Is it in their area? And make them aware, because maybe they aren't at this time.
Yes, so this is right over the Spalding area, and this is continuing to move off to the northeast. So Sycamore Street, you're right in the middle of this as well, and this is going to continue to move to the northeast. So this is on the northwest side of Jacksonville. Ryan, would you mind zooming out just to put downtown Jacksonville on the map as well, so people can see what we're looking at and how we're seeing the storm behind it? So here is downtown. There it is. There's downtown. You look behind it, and that's the cell right behind downtown that has the possibility of being strong to severe, of potentially spinning a tornado as well. So this now, it is now moved into a severe thunderstorm warning area for large hail and the possibility of re-strengthening, starting to spin, re-spinning up into a tornado. So this cell here has that potential as it moves across and near and along the I-95 corridor. So along 295 here, this potential cell has the potential of producing
and
a
Lee,
tornado.
you were just mentioning the re-intensifying. They just put that in the National Weather chat that they see this storm is re-intensifying, and rotation is still very prominent within the radar.
Yeah, let's get another look at velocity, Ryan, if you wouldn't mind. Let's take a look to see where it's spinning now. Okay, so there's still a little bit of spin there. rotation aloft, that could potentially drop down a tornado. So all along the 295 area. Look at that nasty storm that we can see from our live cam on the south side looking towards downtown. The cell behind it off to the northwest. This cell moving through northwestern Jacksonville. A little bit of rotation right there near 295 on the northwest side of Jacksonville, heading towards the radar. So this is the Jacksonville radar where you see that gap, and it's moving in that direction towards radar.
Yes, and
So-
towards the Jackson International Airport also,
Yes.
just west of it.
Yep, it is moving towards the airport as well. There's Ratliff there, and there's 17 paralleling I-95. So again, that's the radar site near the airport, and that's the direction that it's moving to Jacksonville International Airport. This will continue to move in that direction over the next several minutes. So again, this is going to continue to move off to the northeast. Let's get another check on that tornado warning in Georgia. Ryan, if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to step off the screen really quick, but let's zoom back into our Georgia tornado warning. This is up towards Brunswick. So this cell here in Georgia too also has the possibility of producing a strong damaging wind gust of 60 miles an hour, of hail, and of the possibility of spinning up a tornado. So we have 2 tornado warnings right now, but this one in Duval County is supposed to expire within seconds from now at 5:30. So we'll keep a close eye on that, make sure that one does expire.
And this one up towards Brunswick, this expires at 5:45. So we just have just about 15 minutes left on this cell. But we were seeing some rotation earlier when we were looking at the velocity signature on the radar. And so let's go down. I know Lee was just mentioning it. Let's see if we have
If it has been
this
expired.
An expiration. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so
it's expired.
So what we're going to do here, team, is we are going to jump off of ABC and NBC. We're going to send you guys back to programming. But for those of you in Georgia who still need coverage on the tornado warning, we're going to be streaming for you. So you can head to Facebook, YouTube, firstcoastnews.com, FCN Plus, the app. You can stream us there. So for now, we're going to jump off of your TVs and send you back to programming. But if you would like coverage of this other tornado warning in Georgia, please stay with us here on the streaming sites, and we will be back with you in just 1 minute as we send our NBC and ABC viewers back to programming.
Stay with the First Coast's most accurate weather team. Stay safe and informed. Download the First Coast News app now. First Coast News, on your side.
Director, there we go. Now I can see myself. Okay, awesome. I can see the map. I don't need to see myself. Ugh. But let's look at Brunswick. Let's zoom on into Brunswick. Again, I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick, and I'm joined behind the scenes by meteorologist Ryan Jones. And Ryan is running the radar for us, zooming into the Brunswick area and getting a good look. Ryan, would you mind zooming into the beaches too? I want to see what beaches this might be impacting as well. So this, oh, there we go. So that's St. Simons, and it's right on the edge of St. Simons Island. It's to the south of that. So we'll keep an eye on all of this area here, these barrier islands along Georgia. Lots of lightning here. You can see the roads and that travel along these areas too. So lightning, possibility of a rotation here as that continues to move over towards Brunswick. I'm going to jump off screen really fast and read the update from the National Weather Service on this, and I'll hand things over to Ryan just to keep tracking. She's been looking at hail all across the First Coast as well, and lots of lightning strikes too.
We've been seeing a lot of hail and lightning, and like Lee just mentioned, and that's how we know that our storm is starting to strengthen as it's moving along. And so this storm is moving towards the northwest. Am I correct about that, Lee? Doesn't it say that on the NWS chat?
Yes, it is moving to the northwest at 35 miles an hour. It was located right near Jekyll Island. That's why I was trying to zoom in to see if we could get a look at Jekyll Island and the water park over there too. But so it was 10 miles southeast of Brunswick, right near Jekyll Island, moving to the northwest at 35 miles an hour.
Okay. Should we get a track on this cell, see how long?
Yes, if that is something you can do, I think that would be a great idea, just to give everyone a heads up in the area and outside of the tornado warning as well. Again, this tornado warning, This is a tornado warning for Camden County and Glenn County. And this Camden County and Glenn County tornado warning goes until 5:45 p.m. So those in the Brunswick area, Jekyll Island, you need to be keeping an eye on this for parts of northeastern Camden County, south central Glenn County, again until 5:45 p.m. So there you go. That's a great track. You want to read that off?
Yes, yes. So we got Brunswick, which we know it's impacting at this point. But if we're looking,
Ryan, we have bad news. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
What's going on?
We need to get back on air for NBC and ABC. We have a tornado warning for Nassau and Duval counties.
All right. Let's take a look at that.
Stand by.
Let's look at that.
This is a severe weather update from the First Coast's most accurate weather team, certified by WeatherRate.
I'm jumping back on your air because we have another tornado warning, Duval and Nassau counties. There was a possible tornado located right near the airport, Jacksonville International Airport. They saw a possible tornado. This cell unfortunately re-strengthening, showing more spin, and now is moving off to the northeast. So it will move over Duval and cross into portions of Nassau County. I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick, joined behind the scenes with meteorologist Ryan Jones. Ryan has been keeping a close eye on radar and driving it for us. And Ryan, can you show us a track on this and give us where it's going and how fast it is going?
All right, let's get a track on this. As Lee was saying, it's moving towards the northeast at 20 miles per hour. So I'm going to adjust that. We just got a new radar scan up. And I'm going to make sure I adjust these wind speeds, because when we're tracking these, we want to make sure our winds are in correlation with what the National Weather Service is telling us. So just moving that at 20 miles per hour, and let's take a track of what.
Yeah, and you're doing a fantastic job. And I just want to point out to the viewers, you see this gap here? That's the radar. This severe thunderstorm is about to move directly over the radar. This possible tornado about to move directly over our radar. So we hope our radar stays. It will pass over and we're going to lose sight of it for a little bit because that's a blind spot directly over the radar. But this is going to move off to the northeast. And so it will head towards Barford Church. And what time does that say, Ryan?
It's over, it says 5:42. Well, let me make sure I get, because when we're over the radar, sometimes that messes with us when we're trying to track these storms, which is why we only got one name or one place within our timestamp. So let me try this one more time just to see if.
But I can let you all know in the meantime, while she works on that behind the scenes and all the technical stuff and the hard stuff, this again is moving right over the radar. So this is Jacksonville International Airport under a tornado warning, and this is continuing to move northeast. So it's going to move across northern Duval County. And Ryan, we cannot see right now because of the boxes, the times.
Yes.
Would you mind reading them off for us?
Yes, so we have Jacksonville over at 5:46, and then also Jacksonville International Airport. That's what we were talking about at 5:46 also, and 5:50 for Barford Church also. So we're watching that. That's what the National Weather Service was actually mentioning just a minute ago about the possible sightings or just rotation near the airport. So that's why we have that tornado warning that is in effect at this point.
Yes, so all those neighborhoods, all of you back by the airport right now, you need to be in your safe spot. This is moving over you. So everyone who lives by the airport, get into your safe spot. Now, here's I-95. So within this area over here, this is where we have River City Marketplace, that area, and you're right on the fringe of this tornado warning, it looks like. So that's I-95, and then 17 is going to be paralleling it, and it's going to continue to move off to the northeast, so it would eventually cross over I-95 and eventually cross into Nassau County. So I do believe this right here is Amelia Island, and so you can see the direction that's moving towards Yulee. Yes, thank you for moving this, Ryan. Yeah, let's go to the northeast a bit. There's Yulee. So if this holds, if this continues to stay spinning, next up would be the Yulee area, perhaps over towards Fernandina Beach. Again, it's generally moving at in a northeasterly direction at about 20 miles an hour. So those of you from the airport, to the northeast, crossing over I-95, crossing over 17 into Yulee. I need all of you to be on alert here in Yulee. Those of you back by the airport, it is on top of you now. You need to be in your safe spot. That is an interior room on the lowest level of your home, and it has to be an interior room. So a lot of people use a bathroom, but if you could create a window in your bathroom, or if you have a window in your bathroom, it doesn't count. We need it to have interior walls. A closet works. Narrow hallways also work. If you have some time, say you're in Yulee and you're prepping just in case, make sure you have a pair of sturdy shoes. Also batteries, make sure that your phones and tablets are charging in case you lose power, so you can reach help if you need, or if you lose power, you need to keep an eye on the storm with us. Don't forget that you can stream us on all of our platforms as well, and on YouTube and on Facebook and on firstcoastnews.com and our app. Okay, so the worst of the storm is directly over the radar right now. You see how funny this looks? That's because unfortunately we have a blind spot and it gets a little skewed right to the sides of the radar. So you can see where the radar beam is coming out. And it looks like right over and on the west and northwestern side of that radar is where that's moving. So that's the airport. This area here, this is the airport, and that severe storm that has the potential of dropping a tornado moving over the airport right now. Hopefully everyone you know that's at the airport is getting into their shelters and their bathrooms there, wherever they have their tornado shelters. This is continuing to move over the airport, and it will move through Duval County, northern Duval County, and into Nassau County towards Yulee. So not only is this potentially producing a tornado, it's spinning right now, but it is also potentially producing hail, and some large hail at that. We've had some large hail reports, and also strong straight line winds, damaging winds of 60 miles an hour.
Yes, Lee, just as you were mentioning that, the National Weather Service did just issue a special weather statement saying that wind gusts are up to 40 miles per hour and we're getting nickel-size hail.
Wow, within this cell right here?
Yes, just within this cell.
Nickel-size hail right now out by the airport. So again, we also like to give you all a friendly reminder that once the storm passes, please do not ever go out in one of these storms. But once the storm passes, if you have hail, please send it in to us. Please send it. You can email it to us. You can send it to us on the Facebook page, First Coast News Weather Watchers, and you can submit it online and on the app as well using the Near Me feature. So if you see any damage or any hail once the storm passes, please send in your reports to us so we can keep track of what this cell is producing and give a heads up to everyone who's in the path of the storm next. I would ask for velocity usually at this time, but Ryan, I don't think it's worth it because it's right over the radar, so we won't really be able to see much. So we're just going to hold on this. Do we have lightning up? Yes, we do. I see that. So you see how the lightning here on the south side? Lightning strikes are just another sign of stronger storms. Let's take a look at hail, if you wouldn't mind, Ryan. We have a hail tracker that has been showing some hail from these storms. We'll take a wide look just across the area. Yeah, that same cell, when it was farther south and moved over parts of the 295 corridor, it produced some hail that showed signs of hail. We've also had hail out over towards Baker County, south as well, even all the way down towards Alachua County. We've had hail reports. So these storms are severe all across the First Coast. We've had reports of damage up into parts of Georgia, right outside of our coverage area. And unfortunately, we had a tornado report earlier. Ryan, let's pull up those reports and take another look at that tornado report that we had earlier in Duval County. There it is. So these are all hail reports, by the way, that we've received. But in Maxville, there was a video of a tornado touching down near Cecil Field. This was around 4:12 p.m. this afternoon. So this was sent in to the National Weather Service, or it was taken by the public, and the EM reports damage to homes in the area. So again, there might be some damage in that area. Please stay out of that area and let the emergency responders do their job and help the people in that area. But that is why we are still in the air, because these cells have the possibility of dropping down and forming a tornado. All right, let's get back to radar and see what we can see now as it still tries to move over radar, directly the radar site. So this is likely some heavy rain, a bit of rotation associated with this. It will continue to move across northern Duval County, eventually moving towards the interstate I-95, and then also over towards places like 17, moving towards Nassau County, and eventually towards Yulee. Ryan, have you seen anything that you would like to add?
Not at this point. I do want to zoom out just a bit because we did have a second tornado warning that was up towards the north in Brunswick.
Great idea. Let's get another check on that second one too. That was over portions of Glenn County and Camden County. And I will quickly look for an update on that as well.
All right, so this is the tornado warning that we were mentioning. Let me make sure I give you the correct time for the cell. So the tornado warning goes until 5:45. Is that correct, Lee? Did
Yes.
you see that? Yes.
So the Camden was removed from this tornado warning, so it's just Glenn now. Tornado and quarter-size hail possible within this storm. And so again, this is now just for Glenn County, and it's for a tornado and the possibility of quarter-size hail. It's moving to the northwest at 25 miles an hour.
All right, and we have 2 more minutes before this this tornado warning expires. Anxious to see if they will extend it as the tornado is moving off towards, you said, the northwest, correct? So we're gonna see what happens with this cell, but back towards the south, which we have this other tornado warning. All right, so this is a live look towards the south side, looking northwest at this point. Our producer upstairs, Carolina, she just gave us information on what we're seeing at this point. And there's
Yeah,
that.
so let's go back to that cell on radar then too while we're watching it from our cameras.
All right, here we go. Let me move that down.
We'll go back to the Duval and Nassau warning now.
All right. Okay, here's that cell for you.
So this was a cell that was right over Jacksonville International Airport, and it's right over our radar site too, which is why it's all skewed to the side here, because we have a bit of a blind spot directly over our radars, and so it's pushing up right onto that radar site. But the cell itself likely extending down into this area too, producing lightning, very heavy rain, of course the possibility of hail, and the possibility of a spin-up tornado. This one cell we have tracked for several miles. It keeps weakening and then respinning back up because our atmosphere is juiced. It is prime for strengthening because we've had a bit of a break from the rain we had earlier. Some of us saw some breaks in the clouds. It allowed some sunshine in, which sunshine is fuel for severe storms, and so it rejuiced up the atmosphere, it refueled the atmosphere for these storms, and now as they are moving back through this area, these individual cells, these can become supercells, and they can spawn tornadoes or damaging wind or hail, or unfortunately all of the above. So again, this is the cell that we are watching here. This one is the Duval into Nassau County one, and we also have a Glenn County tornado warning too. So 2 tornado warnings right now that we are on the air for. But I believe the Glenn County one expired at 5:45. Is that right, Ryan?
Yes.
So this
yes.
might have been expired. Let's get a check on that real fast. Make sure we can clear those of you in Georgia and give you a sigh of relief.
Yes.
Okay, good news. I mean, we still have the heavy rain and the lightning that continues all across the northern half of our coverage area in Georgia, so to the north of that. So we will now just focus on Duval County and in Nassau County. That is where we have this next tornado warning. It is in Duval right now, the cell, but it's about to cross over into Nassau County. So it looks like it could head towards Yulee. They say it's moving to the northeast, but I believe the radar scan we just got also brought it north a little bit. So those of you in the Yulee area, this is the interstate. So when you cross under the interstate there, the gas stations, the neighborhoods out over here too, it could also potentially head in your direction. So the general Yulee area, I need you to be staying on alert just in case they extend this tornado warning to include you, Yulee.
And I just put a track on there because Lee was saying that it was moving towards the northeast and over in the Yulee area. So here's some timestamps for everyone over at 606 Yulee Heights, 609 Yulee over in Yulee Elementary School, 610. The entire Yulee area, like Lee was mentioning, you make sure you are in your safe places because as this storm does move towards the northeast at 20 miles per hour at this point, well, it does have the potential to, again, respin. We've been seeing this for the last hour, the storm weakening and then starting to strengthen, intensify, and then spin again, which is why we continue to cut in into programming. But we're trying to make sure we keep a watchful eye on the storm because it is definitely intensifying as it's moving towards the east.
Yes, absolutely it is. So I know I see your messages, a lot of you wanting us to get off the screen because you want to watch the Pro Bowl, and believe us, we want to watch it too. However, there is a life-threatening situation right now. So we are not going to get off the air until this tornado warning has cleared because it is affecting places like the airport, through northern Duval heading into Nassau County. So I know that for some of you, it doesn't affect you. However, this is a life-threatening situation for some people. Think of your friends, think of your family. Wouldn't you also want that coverage for them? That's why we are going to stay on air, simply because of that, because this is our duty to do. And I know that we want to get back to the Pro Bowl and on NBC, the Olympic trials as well. So we will do that as soon as we can, I promise you. We are just going to stay on air as long as we have tornado warnings. So right now, we are still seeing this cell move to the north side of Duval County. Let's zoom on in, Ryan. Let's see if we can get some streets popping up here.
Get some streets.
There we go. Yes.
There we go.
So again, I'm in boxes, and I
Yes.
guess I have bad eyesight all of a sudden. Do I need glasses?
That's all right. That's
So
right.
I'm trusting you. Yes, let's go for it.
We've got Police Lodge right now, and looking at these streets, just trying to get a zoomed in view of what is being affected right now. These are the roads that I will be listing: Laney Road, Chaparral Road, Black Cow Trail, even Laney Road. These areas are getting very strong parts of this storm right now, as it's lifting northeast, it seems, as we're going through the next couple of minutes. It was really moving northeast. Now it's starting to lift just a bit more north than what we were initially tracking.
Yes, let's just take a look at velocity just to see if we can see something here. Okay, yeah, it's hard to see, but perhaps a bit of rotation right in there. Again, we're so close to the radar site, it's pretty hard to see here, but this is a tornado warning that we have for Duval County moving into Nassau County. So we'll go back to reflectivity. We'll show you what we can see when it comes to radar and to the rain and to the lightning and the possibility of hail. Look at that. Okay, so you see here how it goes. We sometimes get deeper colors like purple to black. That likely shows hail. So there's likely hail right now falling within this area. So not only do you have to worry about a tornado, but you have to worry about the dangerous hail as well falling down. That looks like a hail core right there. And so that will continue to move off towards the northeast and push into Nassau County. Ryan's trying to pull up our hail tracker. It usually takes a few minutes for it to kick in and register the hail. So we'll keep an eye on that. But that likely is going to end up showing hail right in that area because of that the radar that is showing the deeper colors. So you can see earlier it was showing hail back here. Obviously the cell has now moved north towards the airport and now is likely dropping some hail in that area as well. So there's a look. However, let's stay right here because look at this. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. So others of you watching and getting battered with very strong winds, lightning, frequent lightning at times, and then also some heavy rain and perhaps some hail too. Let's quickly zoom in on this one, Ryan, just because this is a severe thunderstorm warning as well out to the west. So it looks like it just moved through the Baldwin area, right over 301. So those of you along 301 and to the east of 301, you're seeing this cell here that has the possibility of producing damaging winds and hail. And that's what we have to watch for all of these cells. Let's zoom out just a little bit just to make sure there's no other cells in the area that we'll have to keep a close eye on, because these are the ones that have the possibility of becoming severe and potentially rotating and also creating another tornado warning. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning out here, same area that has seen a lot of strong storms earlier today still. So again, another severe thunderstorm warning for this here that could also produce hail and damaging wind gusts. Then a little bit more building back towards Sanderson. All of you here west of Jacksonville, you have seen on and off storms throughout the afternoon since I got in today. And so unfortunately more on the way for you. And we're watching, there we go. Okay, so I pointed this out because these have the possibility of producing tornadoes. And again, we now have another tornado warning.
And we also have a tornado warning over in Glenn County. Just want to make you aware of that until 6:15.
Let's do big picture. So it looks like we have 3 tornado warnings now. I'm going to step off the screen so you can do the big picture so we can see all of these tornado warnings.
All right, let's pull this up just so you can see the polygons on top of the radar scans that we're getting. There they are.
Okay, so let's just go through these. So we have a tornado warning for Duval and Nassau County. That goes until 6:30 p.m. So northwestern Duval, southwestern Nassau County, you are under a tornado warning until 6:30 p.m. This thunderstorm was located over Briceville, also 13 miles south of Callahan. but it's moving to the northeast at 25 miles an hour. So that is for the one in Duval moving into Nassau County. For the tornado warning in Glenn County, we have this tornado warning until 6:15 p.m. So that is for a tornado and also quarter-size hail. That one is located right over St. Simons Island, and it is moving to the north at 30 miles an hour. So those of you in St. Simons Island, in Glenn County in Georgia, you need to be on alert. St. Simons Island, get into your safe spot now. So these tornado warnings are continuing to pop up. Duval, Nassau, Glenn counties, all of you here within the possibility for severe thunderstorms and also tornadoes. Unfortunately, we're still seeing these spinning in this area. So more tornado warnings now issued. So let's go back to the new tornado warning down in Duval and Nassau County here. Yes, this one here. So this is our new one that goes until 6:30, I believe. And this is moving off to the northeast. So again, these cells keep popping up and trailing over or very near the same areas that they have already crossed over. So this one was Briceville. It's going to move to the northeast. Ryan, could we maybe get a track on that cell as well?
Let's go.
And then also this is why we're cutting in, because we already had a confirmed tornado earlier today, a report of a tornado earlier today. Each of these cells that pop up have the possibility of producing a tornado, which is a life-threatening situation. And these cells are isolated. So while not everyone across the First Coast is seeing rain, we are seeing, when the rain moves in, the possibility of it becoming severe and very fast with little warning. So we have multiple tornado warnings up right now. Again, 2 of these over Duval and Nassau counties. So this next one is moving towards Callahan. This first one is moving towards Yulee. So Yulee to Callahan, I need you all to stay alert. So here is that other tornado warning, the new one, and that could be at Ratliff at 6:14 p.m., Nassau Village at 6:19 p.m., Italia at 6:35 p.m., and Hero at 6:41 p.m. So these 2 cells right now in Duval, well, it looks like this one might just now be crossing over into Nassau County. So heads up for those of you in Yulee, it looks like the National Weather Service did not extend the tornado warning, which is good. They just put you under a severe thunderstorm warning, but know that this cell has been spinning up again, so just stay alert, please, for all of you right now, especially along the intersection of I-95 where you can merge onto I-95 in Yulee. That's where that cell is moving to, and it looks like a little bit maybe to the east of that as well. So those of you in Yulee, please stay alert. Those of you in Hilliard also, this is moving your direction, I believe. Wait, let's zoom back out. Let's get another look.
Let's take this track off.
Okay, it looks like it's, yes, okay. So Hilliard, you're off to the west, it looks like, so that's good news there. But still, those of you in the Callahan area, I need everyone to stay alert. This cell here moving in your direction. So 2 cells here that have the possibility of spinning and producing a tornado. Duval into Nassau County, plus we're keeping an eye on you, St. Simons Island. You are also under tornado warning. I need you all to stay in your safe spot as well. Let's get a look at velocity, if you wouldn't mind, Ryan, on both of these cells here that we have pulled up on the screen. But let's start with the newer tornado warning down to the southwest.
All right, pulling up that velocity scan.
Thank you so much. Okay, so there's some signs of rotation here, and it's not a surprise all of these cells have been rotating, unfortunately. So anyone in this area, we need you to get into your safe spot. Let's go back to radar so we can see the polygon for the tornado warning. And what you're looking at right now is a live look from the south side looking west. So we're looking out at these storms to the west of Jacksonville, of downtown Jacksonville, of the south side, looking to the west at these storms here. So we'll zoom on in. Let's get a look at the roads that this storm is over, this possible spinning storm. And look at that, that's likely the possibility of some hail within that storm too. And Ryan will be so lovely and read off my streets for me.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
This is where the storm is over now, especially near that hail core, over near Diamond Lane, Garden Street, Diamond Lane, also Chicken Farm Road, just going over towards Corporate Limit 1975. All of these places, this is where the strongest part of the storm is impacting at this point. So just want to make you aware of that. If you know anyone that is over there, some of your loved ones, please make sure you're sending them a text, making everyone weather aware this evening, because these storms have been weakening and then intensifying once again, then respinning. If you saw the shift on the radar, just want to make you aware, that's just because we got another scan. So this is just a more recent and updated look at what we're seeing now. I'm going to zoom out just so we can all see a big picture at what the storm looks like now. Again, this is that tornado warning at this point. Make sure I get the right time for it. So this goes until 6:30. So 6:30 is when this tornado warning will expire. We've got 30, just a little bit over 30 minutes in this, the cell over towards the north. Not trying to take the precipitation rate, but if we are looking at that, back over towards the north, again, this tornado warning here, it should be expiring soon if I am correct. Let's look at that. It will be expiring at 6 o'clock. So we're going to see, because that severe thunderstorm warning has preceded the tornado warning that we just had, it looks like this may expire, and the National Weather Service will let this expire, but we still have this one towards the south.
Yes, and they actually said, the National Weather Service said that there was a report of a tornado. Someone spotted it near Baldwin, and that's why they issued a tornado warning on this cell as well. So again, we'll just pull this cell into full view. You can see the darker colors here showing heavy rain, hail, some lightning strikes every once in a while. And again, it is rotating a bit too. And we had the possibility of a tornado or at least a funnel cloud too associated with this cell here. So this is again moving to the northeast over the areas that have the similar areas that have seen these severe thunderstorms over and over again. Let's take a wide look, Ryan, because we have to watch all of these cells. So let's look at northeast Florida and southeast Georgia. Let's look at the first coast. So there's another severe thunderstorm warning right there, moving over places like Ware County towards Charlton County in Georgia. We still have that tornado warning that was issued for spinning and a possible tornado directly over St. Simon's Island. All of this here continuing to lift to the north. And then areas south, it's all of these that we have to watch to become severe or potentially tornadic, potentially spinning too. Anything down to the south, Ryan, that we need to keep an eye on?
Let's check down towards the south.
Yeah, so there's some little cells here, one over Baker County there that we'll keep an eye on. Looks like there's a little cell to the west of St. Augustine. Let's zoom in on that really quick too. So yeah, just a little thunderstorm there, but something that we will watch too, because all of these cells have the potential producing hail, and strengthening quickly, I should say, and then it could produce some hail or maybe even spin. Same towards Sanderson, but right now they are not our concerns. They don't look too concerning. This one looks concerning because it's been spinning, and that's why there is a tornado warning for it over Duval and into portions of Nassau County again, and that will continue until about 6:30. And Glenn County also has a tornado warning, St. Simon's Island. So let's again here, this is the possible tornadic cell for this tornado warning. It looks like it's heading right towards Ratliff. So this is going to continue to move to the northeast. Is it possible to get a track on this, Ryan, if you wouldn't mind?
Yes.
Let's track again. There's Callahan right there. So again, Callahan, you are not in the tornado warning, but if it continues to move this way and stays strong, you would be issued under a tornado warning if it is extended. If it is. Right now, Yulee, you can see that you just have the heavy rain. Luckily, it does not look strong right now. Just some heavy rain for you all out in that Yulee area. So that's good news that at least that one started to weaken and stop spinning. Okay, so the one that we are watching, though, it's going to be over Keene at 6:10 p.m., Ratliff 6:17, Nassau Village at 6:22 p.m., and Callahan Elementary School by 6:23 p.m. It is 6:01 right now, moving into 6:02 shortly. So it could be, again, at Callahan Elementary School by 6:23 p.m. So in about 20 minutes, you will need to be in your safe spot if it stays spinning. Right now, you are not in the tornado warning, but places like Keene, you are 6:10 p.m. moving directly over you now. So there is the core of that storm, and that will continue to move off towards the northeast. So that's one of two tornado warnings. Let's jump over to Georgia now. Let's get a look at St. Simon's Island and the cell that was spinning over there. We'll zoom in for you all as well, get a close look at this one. So there's that heavy rain, the lightning. Let's zoom in a bit on this, just get a closer look. Perfect. Yeah, Ryan just did a great thing. She pulled up the polygon, the tornado warning over top of the rain, so we have a better view of it now. So this right over St. Simons Island, moving to the northwest. So that will continue to move off towards the northwest. So Brunswick, you are not in this. This is going to pass away from you to the northwest. So Brunswick, again, you're not included in this next cell. And I believe, okay, so this live look is Jacksonville. We'll go back to Jacksonville. Let's just show the entire Jacksonville area. Let's just show the metro area because we've had these cells passing by the Jacksonville area over and over again. So we have two cells here. This one, this is the tornado warning. Hey, heads up, Yulee, you just got cleared from that severe thunderstorm warning. Look how much that weakened. It's just a little bit of rain now. That's it. That's good news. Here is the cell that was producing some rotation. In fact, a spotter thought they saw a tornado on the ground. That is why this one was issued. So again, this has the potential of at least maybe producing a funnel cloud, and it's moving off to the northeast. So it's going to move towards Callahan. It might stay east of Callahan, but those of you in this area of Nassau County, just stay weather aware as this continues to move along the county line from Nassau to Duval, and it'll continue to move off towards the northeast here. So that's what we're on air for this one, plus that that tornado warning. Again, that's over in Georgia, but luckily it's moving out of our coverage area. So that's that one cell. Let's get a look at storm reports, if you wouldn't mind, Ryan. We've had a lot of storm reports so far, and more are coming in. And again, after these cells move through, if you have any damage or you have hail that you would like to show us, please email us, or you can send it on the app using the Near Me site. Or, of course, we love our First Coast News weather watchers on Facebook. Please post it on our Facebook page. So here's all the reports that we have seen in the area. This is hail. Those blue circles, that's hail reports. And yes, that is a tornado report that we had earlier. Ryan, would you mind clicking on that tornado report that came in Duval County? So this was near Maxville. There was a video of a tornado that touched down near Cecil Field from the public, and EM reports damage to homes in the area. So we'll wait and try to confirm that for you all too, and get some images from there. But it did seem like there was a tornado in that area of Duval County. So again, all of these cells had the possibility of producing a tornado. Looks like we have a confirmed report there. Also, just outside of our coverage area too, there was a bit of damage reported over there too. Lowndes County, there was numerous photos and videos of a tornado with damage in that area. That was around 3:10 p.m. in Lowndes County as well. So again, lots of reports so far, and unfortunately likely some more to come, because we're not out of the woods just yet. Let's go back to radar. Let's see what we have to deal with now. All right, so we have this severe thunderstorm warning here, and then we have this tornado warning here for that cell there. But look at that, more rain moving in right behind it.
Watching that cell right behind it, Lee.
Yeah, these are relentless cells.
Yes,
they are not
really
giving
are.
up. So one cell, this cell here, this is the one that we've seen rotating, that a spotter, we got a report at least of a possible tornado associated with that cell. That one continues to move northeast. More rain developing behind it. Over towards McClenny on the west side, looks like a bit more rain, maybe a little bit of hail associated with that cell there, because we see some darker reds moving in there, some lightning back towards Sanderson. And then north of that, that's a severe thunderstorm warning for winds of 60 miles an hour and hail associated with this too. With some bowing segments here, we could get some strong winds associated with that, and it could drop some hail, some more lightning starting to pop in that too. So that might be strengthening just a little bit. If that continues on its path, it will head towards Folkston. So Hilliard, you are not in the path of this next potential tornadic cell. We'll keep an eye to see if this builds though and heads towards you, likely heading towards the Folkston area. And again, further north of that, as we move into our Georgia counties and we move the map north a bit, Ryan, if you wouldn't mind just quickly moving. I'm so sorry. You're doing so many things behind
you're
the scenes. You're
fine.
being so helpful too. She's also on top of driving radar for me, keeping in constant communication with the National Weather Service. I just wanted to quickly show you how this extended up though too,
Yes.
up into our northern areas, our northern coverage areas as well. So it continues to extend. Also, we'll just watch this line here. Waycross, you're clear right now. Nahunta as well, but you saw a lot of rain, some strong storms earlier move through your area, and we'll have to watch these backing up behind it. Oh, yes, do you have something to add? Are you moving over?
Yes. Just looking at this cell, it says from the National Weather Service. This is what I'm monitoring right now. We're going to chat with them, and they're giving us updates at this point. So there is some good news. The storm heading towards Callahan, it has seen the initial supercell has fallen apart, is what our storm reporters are reporting at this moment. So the potential for a tornado the threat is starting to decrease, which is always a good sign when we are watching these storms. Hopefully that means that once 6:30 hits, we can get out of this tornado warning, because we know that everyone does not want us to cut in once again, but we are trying to make sure we're keeping everyone as safe as possible, especially if you are within this polygon, this red polygon here. That's the tornado warning that we are talking about, that we have been harping on all night, because these cells have just been re-intensifying once they've started to weaken, because they've gotten into untapped atmosphere. Maybe they've gotten some moisture and it's caused some fuel for those storms. And Lee was mentioning that earlier today, when we see the sun come out, because I know everyone thinks that's the best thing to see. The sun is coming out. But what that does is it causes instability, and which is why we've seen a lot of these storms re-strengthen, because we've had some breaks in the clouds and it's given some instability into the atmosphere. So here's that cell, once again, that tornado warning that we're watching. See that purple? When we see the purple start to come up on the radar scan, that lets us know that maybe a hail core is forming. And we've been getting lots of reports of hail all across the area. Lee was even showing you the storm reports that we had. And if you are in a safe area, these storms have moved past you. Again, just want to re-emphasize, if you are in a safe area, you can send your pictures to our First Coast Weather Watchers page on Facebook. You can even email them to us. We can use them in the show. This also helps us out, helps the National Weather Service out. We all are able to get a really clear view of what's going on tonight, because as you know, and as you've seen the multiple times that we've cut in, these storms are crazy, and they are re-intensifying as we're going through the rest of the night.
So unfortunately, the tornado warnings have continued for all of them. So up into Glenn County, there was where the rotation was near Country Club Estates, so that's near Darien, and it's moving north at 20 miles an hour. So maybe we just get a quick track on that one. So this is for a tornado, as well as quarter-size hail, perhaps hail up to an inch. Right. So that is very large hail. Again, this was near Country Club Estates, near Darien, and it's moving to the north at 20 miles an hour. Right. So that is that one smaller tornado polygon. That's for our Georgia counties. And again, that's Ryan right now is putting a track on that too, which is great. So again,
just from that polygon area.
Yeah, and it's luckily small. It's not impacting too many people, but moving north at 20 miles an hour. So it's near Darien right now, but moving towards Ridgeville at 6:31 and Crescent at 6:53. So moving out of our coverage area. So with that said, let's go to the other tornado warning, which has continued for Duval and Nassau County. So at 6:09, this was near Ratliff, also nearing Callahan. It's also moving north at 20 miles an hour.
All right.
So this is going to continue. This continues again, moving north. It goes until until 6:30 p.m. still. So west central Nassau County, north central Duval counties, you are still under this tornado warning until 6:30 p.m. This was right near Ratliff, near Callahan. It's moving north, not northeast, but it's moving north.
And we were just talking about that, Lee, how we were seeing the storms starting to make a shift towards the north instead of northeast. They were making a direct path just an hour ago, but now they're starting to move up towards the north.
Yeah, so, you know, National Weather Service even mention Callahan, even though it's not included in this tornado polygon, because you need to be on alert, Callahan. It's moving your way right now. So Ryan, let's do a street view again.
Okay.
Let's get into where it is right now, and then we're going to move it north and get the street view of Callahan. So those of you in that area, you know if you really need to get into your safe spot or get ready to get into your safe spot. So who's in the thick of it? Thomas Creek Road, Rattlesnake Trail, Sagebrush Lane, Larson Road. You are all in the thick of it right now. I really hope you are hunkered down in your safe spot. And then to the north of that, because again, this cell is moving north, still dropping heavy rain, perhaps even some hail. So Higginbotham Drive, you are in this. This is Bayberry Court, also included in this. That looks like Callahan Avenue and Swallow Fork Avenue. And then as we continue north still, again, moving into Nassau County and towards Callahan. So Knott's Landing, Pickett Street, Dusty Road off to the west side of our screen. And we'll just keep going, Ryan. Let's just follow 301.
Right.
There's Callahan right there. Look at this. This is an updated radar look that we just got, and it shows that heavier rain now starting to move into Callahan. And that's the center of Callahan there. So places even like Oak Trail, and this will continue up towards MLK, as well as looks like yes.
This is a live look near Cecil Field in Normandy. There's a live a wire down, is what police are telling us.
Okay, so what you're looking at right now is a live look at near Cecil Field, you said, Carolina?
Yes.
So this is a live look near Cecil Field where there's a wire down. And that's the area that we had that tornado report. So it looks like now we have some damage and a wire down, so likely power out in the area. And it looks like crews are there on the scene, which is good. Emergency responders, power crews too, hopefully quickly restoring power and getting that wire off the ground. Hopefully it's not a live wire. So again, that was in the Cecil area, Cecil Field area, which again is where we had that report of a tornado earlier. So it looks like now we do have damage there, and that's why we've been on your screens for several hours now, off and on, because each of these individual cells have the potential of rotating and bringing a tornado with it. So if you are in these tornado warnings, please, I need you to already have your safe spot picked out. All across the First Coast, I'm talking to everyone now across the First Coast. Where would you go if there's a tornado? Make sure it's on the lowest level of your home, and it can't just be any bathroom, because sometimes there's bathrooms that have exterior walls. It has to be inside the home, interior walls. And that could be a bathroom. It could be a narrow hallway. It could also be a closet of some sort. So in your safe spot, ready to go, you should already have a pair of sturdy shoes, just in case, goodness forbid, there's some damage in the area and you need to step over nails. Not a bad idea to have a whistle nearby, just in case you have to call for help. Also, speaking of calling for help, have your cell phone charged, your tablets charged. Not only can you reach out for help that way, but you can also stream coverage, keep an eye on these cells as they form, in case you have to step away from your TV and get into your safe spot so you can continue to stream that coverage of it. And again, those of you in the Callahan area, that's something that you should be thinking about now, just in case this continues to hold its strength and head towards you. Ryan, let's zoom back out. Let's get a bigger look at this cell here and where the tornado warning is. Okay, so this, ooh, look at that too. That might be some hail there as well. And that cell also has the possibility of rotating, because again, all of these cells have the possibility of rotating, all of these moving across portions of the First Coast. So we have a tornado warning right now for parts of Nassau County. It does cut into portions of Duval County, but the worst is over places heading towards Callahan. So Nassau County, I'm really focusing in on you right now. These cells will continue to move to the north at about 20 miles an hour. So now that we know they're moving to the north after this has been reissued, let's do another track on that too, Ryan. I know we just went street to street, but you can never do this enough just to hone in on who really is in the danger zone here.
All right.
And notice that we have other cells out here too that, yes, we are watching. If some of you are experiencing heavy rain, lightning outside, know that we're also keeping a close eye on you. We're just really focusing on the possible tornado right now. But again, Oh,
Oh, there you go.
okay. Tornado warning has been extended. I'm going to step off the screen. What is the update, Ryan?
So for this tornado warning, it goes, it expires at 6:45. So for another 30 minutes, basically, into central Nassau County is what the tornado warning is for. And so we're watching that. I'm going to give you a wider picture so that you can see what this tornado warning looks like, how this polygon has extended. You see the polygons just overlapping on top of each other tonight.
But the good news is it's just Nassau County.
Yes.
So Duval has been removed.
Yes, yes, yes. So here's that polygon, and you can see the new radar scan moving that cell on into, like Lee was mentioning, Nassau County. And then back behind here, just want to remind everyone, the cell that is just south of it, this goes until, let me make sure I'm getting the correct time, it goes until 6:30. Okay, so it goes until 6:30, that cell right behind it. So we're watching both of these cells closely, these tornado warnings, and even want to bring your eye over towards this cell just south of both of these. There's still some juice that the atmosphere is able to feed off of, and we're getting these two cells, even a little bit of converging.
It's
over
like,
towards,
three cells trying to form into
Trying
two
to turn
cells.
into one.
So that new tornado warning was issued probably for those two cells that are
Exactly.
merging. And so this is a tornado warning for Nassau County until 6:45 p.m. So that's what we're watching. Tornado warning, Nassau County, 6:45 p.m. It includes Callahan, Italia, and Ratliff. So we'll put another track on that too. And we'll just follow that new polygon. So Callahan, you are in the bullseye. So
All right.
it looks a little messy, but this is the new polygon right here. So you see how it extends right over Callahan and off to the northeast. This is our new warning, Nassau County until 6:45 p.m. Callahan, I need you to get in your safe spot. We talked about preparing for it. Hopefully you're good. You're moving into that interior room. You're bringing sturdy shoes with you, batteries, flashlights, and of course ways to continue streaming your coverage, because I need you to step away from your TV and I need you to get into your safe spot. And again, anyone can stream us on YouTube, on Facebook, on FCN Plus, on the app, on the website, firstcoastnews.com too. So you can stay with us as we continue to watch this, as you need to step away from your TV and get into your safe spot. We're still seeing signs of rotation.
And I'm going towards the leading edge of this storm, Lee, just to take a track of it. But one thing I did want to mention, looking at the National Weather Service, the winds within this, I was taking track and timestamps of storms that were just moving at 20 miles per hour. Now we've got reports 40 miles per hour moving north of this leading edge, which makes sense why the National Weather Service did extend that tornado warning up towards the north. So yes, this is the cell, the leading edge of the cell, giving you some timestamps that's moving north at 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, great catch there.
Look at that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's 619 Callahan in the Callahan Elementary School, also over towards Callahan Middle School. Just Callahan in general, which is why you were telling them, make sure you're already in your safe spots, because this storm is moving. It's moving fast. It really is. It's picking up in its speed over towards Leslie at 6:37. And I'll try and take another scan just so we can have a good timestamp on just a broader picture of what this storm and how it's moving, because it's moving fast. All right, let's take a scan or a timestamp from that. Moving towards the north. All right, so 620 Callahan Middle School, as I mentioned, 632 Nassau Wildlife Management Area, 637 Ephesus Church over towards Leslie, 637, also Temple Church, 645. Fast moving storm that we've got moving towards the north now, which is why the polygon has been extended up towards the north. And something also to mention, we're just trying to point out new things to get you to understand why we have these tornado warnings that are in effect, because now you see the polygon starting to shift more towards the north. Before it was moving over towards the northeast, and now they're shifting towards the north, which means we're still in this untapped atmosphere. We're still over land. They're not moving out towards the shore. So what we know is now there's some moisture that these storms can feed off of, which is probably why we have these storms that are moving faster as they're moving towards the north.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, they're picking up in speed, as Ryan said. They're continuing to move to the northeast. We'll say northeast for right now. So this is the one in Nassau County. And then Ryan, do we still have that warning in Georgia?
Let's look and take a view. I'm gonna exit out of this and let's see what we got. Going up towards Georgia, no.
Okay,
no.
it looks like that has
Seems
cleared.
I
Good
think
news.
we're all
Okay,
clear.
so now all we have is Nassau County, that you are under a tornado warning. Let's get a look at velocity. Let's see if we
All
can
right.
see some of the rotation associated with these cells here. This is that tornadic cell. There's that rotation right there.
right there.
So this is moving into Callahan now. So if there's a tornado on the ground, Callahan, it is moving into your area. It is on the southwestern side of Callahan, and it is moving right over the center of Callahan here. So Callahan, I need you to be in your safe place. This is rotation moving directly over the town, and that will continue to move to the north and to the northeast. So everyone within that area. Ryan, let's just zoom in and get another look at those roads.
Okay, let's zoom in. All right, let's go back over.
I'm sorry, I know you're also on the other computer.
No, you're fine.
Keeping in contact with the National Weather Service. Thank you
Yes.
so much for constantly talking to them too, to bring the updates to our viewers. So, dial
Okay, let's look over.
River Road.
Yes.
So right over River Road, there's Callahan. Looks like Old Dixie Highway. You are getting in on some of that heavy rain right now too. And this will continue to move to the north of you all as well. So right over Callahan, look at that heavy rain really starting to build back in. And then the rotation is right in that area as well. So that's what we'll keep an eye on. Also the pockets of hail possible, heavy rain now moving over River Road. And I'm going to step off the screen real quick too,
Yes.
just to get another analysis too on the
Yes.
other computer too. We've also been watching out for hail.
Yes, and I mean, even hail and wind gusts. I mean, we are talking about tornado. Tornadoes are very life-threatening, which is why we are making and we are emphasizing this because it is a big deal. We also have to talk about hail, wind gusts. These things are also very impactful. We even have one of our reporters, Zach, I think Riley, our anchor, just told us he's over at Cecil Fields, where we had that tornado report earlier. Hopefully we can get a crosstalk soon. I know they're working on that upstairs for us. Our producer and our director, everyone's really trying to give you a broad perspective of what is going on with these storms and how damaging they are. And do you want to go back to velocity, Lee, just to look at that? Just to look at that
Sure,
storm one more time?
absolutely, because it looks like velocity is just going down 301. So,
All
okay,
right.
we'll do this really fast. Just want to show you that's 301 there leading into Callahan. So Callahan, get in your safe spot. We're staying with you. But for now, we're going to go to Zach Wilcox, who is near Cecil Field. We had a report earlier, Zach, of a tornado in the area. What have you been seeing?
Yeah, Lee, we're actually watching as JFRD, one of their vehicles is moving out of here. We've got two police cruisers that are blocking down this road right off of Normandy, not too far off of Normandy, almost to the Baldwin area of Jacksonville, pretty far out on the west side. And we heard some what sounded like chainsaws going earlier. And Adrian, do you want to go ahead and zoom in there so we can take a look at what we're talking about as we're looking at it? You can see the flashing lights that are back down there. We've seen some cars go back down that way. Obviously a dirt road here with some brush hanging over the top here. So haven't seen any fire trucks recently pull back there. In fact, we have another unmarked car that's going to be heading back that way. JFRD also had the corner where we're standing. They had a couple of vehicles, and they do right now too, that are flashing as well. But wanted to point out on the way out here, we saw some rain on our way. We're actually heading to Jacksonville Beach for a story. Quite a bit of rain on our way out there. Then it was gorgeous in Jacksonville Beach. And then coming back out here, we saw some kind of crazy clouds over I-10 on the drive out, leading to getting to this area here, as you mentioned, near Cecil Field, to keep an eye on what's happening back here. But hoping to have an update here from JFRD while they continue working on this. Obviously, their main focus right now is getting this resolved, whatever's going on back there, and then they'll hopefully inform us afterward. Don't want to stand in their way of being able to complete that task. So I just wanted to give you an update of what we're looking at here, and hopefully we'll have a better idea of what exactly this damage is. But we're kind of keeping our distance because it is a little tricky getting down there with the dirt road. So keeping our distance here, just keeping an eye, monitoring this situation here. Again, pretty far out on the west side of Jacksonville, but we'll wrap it up here for now. In Jacksonville, Zach Wilcox, First Coast News, on your side.
And thank you, Zach, for that report. And you're doing everything correctly, staying out of the way of the responders. So please, viewers, please do not go in that area too. You can get those live reports from Zach instead, and he'll keep a safe distance and bring us those reports as he gets them, because that was potentially a tornado there. And that's why we are on air, because we have the potential for another tornado, and it is bearing down on Callahan, unfortunately. So let's zoom back in. Again, I'm meteorologist Lee Southwick, but I'm joined with meteorologist Ryan Jones behind the scenes, who's been tracking radar for us. And you can see the darker colors here. That's likely some hail, lightning flashing, showing that it's a stronger storm, and velocity. We'll go to velocity. This is what's showing rotation and the possibility of a tornado. And unfortunately, we've seen that rotation pick up. So that is why we need Callahan to be in your safe spot. Callahan and the west side of Callahan too, because it really has moved in a more northerly direction. So right here, that's where we have that rotation. So that's 301 right there. And then this is on the west, Callahan, the west side of Callahan, moving up towards 1 there. So this is where we have, if there is a tornado on the ground, it's right over here. And that will continue to move to the north. So Ryan, let's do a track on this as well, because again, it's going to pass Callahan. Where is it going next in Nassau County? This is a Nassau County only. So Duval, you have actually been cleared. You are not in this Duval. This is just Nassau County, a Nassau County tornado warning right now over Callahan. So yeah, that's likely some hail associated with that. Very heavy rain. Even straight line winds have the possibility of producing damage within all of these cells that we've seen. But this one is unfortunately likely rotating. And you can see how it's been hanging on the west side of that polygon. That's why Ryan's been doing such a good job of keeping it more to the north rather than the northeast, because it looks like this is more heading off towards the north. So that's Nassau Wildlife Management Area at 6:38 p.m., Lessie at 6:43 p.m., and Mount Olive Church at 6:47 p.m. So just cutting across the western half of Nassau County. I'll step off the screen so you can just see the big picture. There's Fernandina Beach. You are not included in this. Yulee, you have been cleared. Luckily, that storm, that potentially tornadic cell that was heading towards you, weakened right as it moved over Yulee. So Callahan, you are our concern in areas north and slightly northeast of Callahan. That is why we are on the air for this Nassau County tornado warning. This one was originally issued because someone thought they saw a tornado touchdown, so that's why they put the tornado warning onto this cell here, onto this thunderstorm. And unfortunately, it just keeps showing signs of rotation. It will weaken briefly, but then it will re-strengthen, and that's what we just saw, and that's what's scary about this. So moving through Callahan and on the west side of that too.
And not only that, the reason we're seeing more signs of this strengthening towards the west is because just about 30 minutes ago, these were 2 separate cells. Now they're starting to merge together and combine and growing into a massive storm, which is why Lee is pointing out that Callahan needs to be in their safe spots. They're definitely in the most impactful part of the storm at this moment.
Yes, they are, unfortunately. So this is the concerning cell. Let's do a wide view, because you can also see the storms out to the west. This is not it. In fact, we're also just looking at a cell in Flagler County too, which is outside of our coverage area, but they're getting some reports of large hail possible. And so it's all of these cells here. So even down into Putnam County towards the St. Augustine area, and then it breaks apart that line until we have that tornadic cell over Nassau County, and then it continues up towards Folkston and Waycross. Folkston and Waycross, you're getting hit again. The same areas that have seen the rain and the thunderstorms, just over and over again. You're getting more of these cells, and these cells here too have the possibility of becoming severe or potentially spinning up a tornado all the way down towards Putnam and Flagler counties too. So we'll keep a close eye on those. In fact, Ryan, why don't we just quickly pause this and go down to Putnam County just to get a look there for our viewers who are watching as well, because again, we are on NBC and ABC. We have cut in because of this Nassau County tornado warning. But I want to cover everyone who is tuning in as well. So we'll start south. Let's start in the Putnam County area, and then we'll work our way north through all of these individual cells that we are seeing. So again, meteorologist Ryan Jones is behind the scenes right now and controlling radar for me. You can see that there was a severe thunderstorm put onto this cell here. Looks like, by the way, heads up Putnam County, another one developing out to the west. There's a little cell near Cedar Key. All of these keep wrapping to the east and to the northeast, really. So these are going to continue to move towards your direction. Let's zoom in on Putnam and Flagler counties. Let's look at this cell because, again, this one here producing potentially some very large hail. So it just moved east of Crescent City. And then as we slowly climb north through Florida, you'll see places like Palatka not raining, just on the south side raining there. And then further north, still a few little of these cells here starting to pop up over portions of St. Johns County. Let's keep going, Ryan. Let's just keep looking at it. Oh, good idea. Yeah, we'll look at the lightning. 30 lightning strikes within that one cell alone, just to the east of Crescent City, moving into Flagler County. So some of these are strong in other ways besides spinning or besides hail. Even though this likely has some hail with it too, it can bring some frequent lightning or some strong wind gusts. St. Augustine, we're keeping an eye on you. Some rain in your area. We'll zoom in there next to the St. Augustine area, not at the beaches, but let's just get a closer look because it's about to move over towards the beaches. So lightning over World Golf Village, and it will continue to move over towards on the north side of that. So if we continue north here, we'll just continue this steady climb. There's Nocatee, and it's just moving into the Nocatee area. And then as we continue north, you're still dry over the Jacks Beach area. We have to move to the northwest out of Jacksonville into Nassau County to get our next cell right over Callahan. All right, let's zoom on in. Look at this, Ryan. This cell is just moving north. It's not even moving northeast. It looks like it's just going north, hugging that left side. So Hilliard, you are right on the edge of this. This continues to move north. So if you're on the east side of Hilliard, I need to give you the heads up next because this is moving towards you, Hilliard.
And I wouldn't be surprised, Lee, if either the next tornado warning that's extended or even the next severe thunderstorm warning, if they don't decide to make a tornado warning, it moves north towards Hilliard also.
Absolutely, yes. So Hilliard, we're going to put you on the alert now as we watch this cell continue to move north. So let's just do a northerly track, Ryan, if you're okay with that. We'll just bring it north. I believe is it moving at 20 miles? Oh no, we saw it moving a little bit faster than that, correct?
Let me make sure. Yes, it was, last time I checked it was 40, but let's look and make sure right now at this moment what it's moving at. So yes, this was the cell. Yes, moving north at 40 miles per hour. And I mean, look at all that lightning and just look at the storm. It's just gotten monstrous just within the last 15 minutes. So it makes sense that it's moving that fast. Let's take a track.
It's sad and scary to see. We don't like seeing these cells that continue to strengthen as they go along. So I really hope everyone in Callahan is okay. And again, we'll keep an eye on you, Hilliard. And again, this is just going to continue to move to the north. So it could be near Flea Hill by 6:52 p.m., Oak Hill Church by 6:54 p.m., Silco at 7 o'clock, Independent Church at 7:01. Notice that is north into Georgia. So here's Nassau County, and then it moves north. So again, this is the cell, but look how close it gets to Hilliard. So Callahan, you're in the thick of it now. It will continue to move north. It's moving at 40 miles an hour. Please just keep hanging on. Stay in your safe spot. It will be over soon. I promise. We just need it to get north. And then unfortunately, we have to watch cells behind it still too, because you can see these cells here off to the west and somewhere to the southwest. Look at that.
Even that one towards the south.
So the atmosphere is primed and juiced, and it's fuel for these storms. And unfortunately, each cell that develops has the possibility of strengthening. And so that's why we get scared of each cell that pops up. You hear Ryan and I talking back and forth, sighing, upset, seeing new cells develop, because each of these has the possibility of not only spinning up a tornado, but producing hail. We've had a lot of hail reports so far today. Also straight line winds, 60 miles an hour. If you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, it is advised to treat it like a tornado warning, because when you think about it, 60-mile-per-hour winds, that can knock down tree limbs, it can knock down power lines, it can take lightweight outdoor objects and send them flying at 60 miles an hour, and that can come crashing through your window. So it's advised to also move into an interior room during severe thunderstorm warnings. And each of these cells have the potential of producing those damaging straight line winds, the rotating winds, possible tornado, as well as hail, and not to mention the heavy rain and the frequent lightning that we're seeing within some of these cells as well. And Ryan, when you get a chance to, let's do a track of how many lightning strikes we now see within that. Because earlier we were seeing 3 or 4 lightning strikes, and now there's more lightning strikes. And that is a sign of a strengthening storm as well, which is also not good to see. So Callahan looks like the worst. Now moving on into the north side of Callahan, just still some rain lingering behind, and we'll watch to see if that strengthens. But there's 5 strikes right here in this little patch, but you can see more lightning all outside and around this cell too. So again, hail possible, tornado possible within this cell. Is there any new updates from the National Weather Service?
Yes, they are mentioning the pea-sized hail. A lot of the messages have gone towards Flagler County because that cell is strengthening at this moment, seeing pea-sized hail down there, and even towards this cell that we are mentioning. We're talking about how it's strengthening. We see a hail core starting to form, and what we mean by that, when we see those purples inside that storm, and you see almost just a little ball of purple, that lets us know that there's a hail core that's forming. And so if we look over towards Callahan, this is just how the storm has tracked. We see that hail that they're mentioning on the National Weather Service chat. They haven't given us exact measurements of what they are reporting. They are seeing hail though on the National Weather Service chat, and so just looking at that, I mean, just look going over towards maybe half an inch size in hail, and so these hailstones are still hailstones that can be impactful towards any of your cars, anything outside. Even Lee was talking about plants earlier, like pots and plants. All of these things definitely need to be moved inside, but not while the storm is over you at this moment.
Yeah, if it's hailing on you, it's too late. Leave it, let it go, hope for the best. But if it's moving your way, you have that time to move your breakable items under some sort of shelter. Go ahead and do it, because not only did Callahan see the hail, you saw the path of that storm there, so you can see the hail that likely followed it all in that line as that cell continues to move north. And also right here, that's a little hail spot too from that other earlier tornado warned storm that we had that was following along 295. Some hail finally showed up with that storm too. So all of these cells have the potential of producing hail. There's more out to the west. So if we go over into portions of Charlton County, Baker County, we have seen hail possible in pretty much every strong storm that has developed. Every storm that has had either a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning develop on top of it, our hail tracker has shown that hail actually popping up within that cell. So you can see this extends all the way over into some portions of Columbia County too. Columbia County, you were first up with the tornado warning earlier, and so again, lots of hail reports, lots of potential hail here on our hail tracker, and then we've actually received storm reports with hail. And so Ryan, if you wouldn't mind too, oh, look at that heading towards Flagler County on the south of Putnam County. That is big hail that's showing up right there, right near Pearson. So moving that way, that one cell that we were tracking earlier. Let's just put radar back on real quick for those of you in the Putnam County area. We can see, yeah, look at that. Ooh. That cell right there. Severe thunderstorm warning. And we are seeing some signs of big hail associated with that. Luckily moving out of Putnam, but into our friends in Flagler County, heads up Marineland area. That cell is heading towards you, Marineland, towards the St. Augustine Beach area. We'll keep an eye on all of that. Looks like another little cell just north of that too. And that continues to be spotty all up the coast. And then behind it, back towards Ocala, south of Williston, another storm developing, and these have the potential of moving to the northeast as well that we'll have to keep an eye on.
We did get some good news from the National Weather Service chat, Lee. They're saying that the storm that is north of Callahan, which we were just talking about just a couple minutes ago, it is starting to weaken somewhat, is what they're saying. So that's always a good sign.
Yes, still the tornado warning up on that though?
Yes, there is still the tornado warning that is up on that cell. Here, I can move back over to it for you.
Yeah, so there's that cell. So we still have the tornado warning, but the good news is it is starting to weaken. However, I still need everyone in that warning area to the north of this to stay alert, stay on guard for this possible tornado that is associated with this cell.
And it expires in 5 minutes.
Okay, good. Let's hope. Let's hang on for 5 minutes and see what it does. Because again, unfortunately, we have seen this cell re-intensify as well. It weakens a little bit, but then it re-intensifies as it moves into a new primed atmosphere. Let's take a look at our storm reports again, because Ryan, I think when you pulled it up, I saw a hail report closer to the beaches. Let's check that out too. I'm just trying to catch up now on all of our storm reports that we've had all across the First Coast. There we go. Look at that one right near Jack's Beach. Let's click on that one. San Pablo. Okay, so for the San Pablo area in Duval County, reports of pea-sized hail along San Pablo Road and Atlantic Boulevard. So Atlantic and San Pablo, so that's heading towards Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, that area. So those of you in that part of those parts of Duval, some people saw some hail there, pea-sized hail there. All of this blue popping up is hail. That tornado report there, that's where Zach Wilcox was just live from, because there was a power line down there and likely some damage in that area with at least that power line down. And so that was near Maxville. And so that's where he just went live from. And that is why we are still in your air, because all of these storms that get tornado warnings actually have the possibility of producing a tornado and producing damage. So big picture, let's look at radar and just see what is going on all across the First Coast. There's that tornado warning, but look at this, more storms up into Georgia. We have seen these storms over and over again moving through Folkston and Waycross. Looks like it's some heavy rain, looks like it's some lightning. Good news is right now there's no severe thunderstorm warnings on these. I'm going to assume gusts probably around 40 miles an hour associated with these storms. These look like stronger storms, but they're not severe storms, so that's good. Then we have that tornado warning, and then we have to jump south towards St. Augustine to get our next batch of rain. It looks like that moved past World Golf Village a little bit near the Nocatee or south of Nocatee area, right near St. Augustine. Looks like some lightning now associated with that cell there too, as that moves out over the beaches, Ponte Vedra Beach, a little bit of that rain too. And then the stronger cell now moving into the Marineland area and Flagler County. So more of that heavy rain and that very big hail. Besides that, just isolated pockets here and there of some showers. Nothing looking too concerning with those right now. Hopefully they'll just continue to dissipate as the sun has set, and luckily losing energy as the sun sets, because as we talked about earlier, right, sunshine meant fuel for these storms. But unfortunately, we do still have this tornado warning that is in effect for just 2 more minutes now?
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. All right, let's see what the National Weather Service does with this. Let's take a look at velocity. Let's see if we can see some rotation with this. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's weakening. Okay, not too concerning.
Not too concerning.
Still, those of you in the Hilliard area and really east of that right there, that's where that potential rotation is. So I still need all of you on the west side of Nassau County over here in this area. That's where you need to stay alert. It will continue to move north. So Kingsland is in this area, but it looks like it would likely stay to the west of you. Something we'll watch though to see if it does move over into Georgia and cross the state line into Georgia. That's where that rotation is right there. So you can see 301 went this way. It moved along 301, kind of now moving to the north and to the northeast, mainly north, just slightly north-northeast for this cell, but mainly off to the north. And then that's about it. So if we go back to radar and to reflectivity to show us the rain on radar, you know, we're talking about Nassau County. I don't want people in Fernandina Beach, Amelia Island tuning in concerned because you're dry, you're good right now. Yulee, you're good. You did have a cell. There was a cell that was moving towards you that was tornadic, but thank goodness it fell apart right as it moved over you. That was the tornadic cell though that was over the Jacksonville International Airport. So now this is on the west side. It moved over Callahan. It's getting close to Hilliard. So Hilliard, you do have rain right now. The rotation is east of you though. So if you're sitting in Hilliard and you're hearing the rain come down, don't worry, it's not that rotating part of the cell of the rain that's over you. Off to the west of that, some stronger storms here are starting to develop. That looks like it's heading towards Folkston. This again, all slowly moving to the north and northeast. The whole system has kind of rotated with bands. It's been wrapping bands across our area, kind of like a tropical storm where you see those bands that rotate through to the northeast.
Right. That's
what we're dealing with here when it comes to these cells and the direction of them as well. So this is the tornado warning that, hold on,
we're
a few seconds. Let's see if it disappears. Let's see what happens here. And maybe we'll get a wide view too, just to get a check.
Yes.
Oh, it disappeared.
All right.
Okay, so Carolina, my lovely producer, I know we are in our normal newscast for ABC. So I just want to see what the plan is here because it looks like, okay, so what we're going to do, we're just going to reset. We're going to go to a break. We're going to send you back to regularly scheduled programming on NBC and ABC. So we'll see you here with Riley in the news coming up in just a couple of minutes. For now, we're going to send you to break.
First Coast's most accurate weather team. Stay safe and informed. Download the First Coast News app now. First Coast News, on your side.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check, mic check.